Hello viewers, how you guys doing tonight? for seeing an announcement on the Steam page. some pulling going up here. Make it tighter and more harsh, dense near the top where the fabric is pulling, creating shadows. There's a flattened brush left here. Make it look much more like the cloth has weight. And I always want to get the curves in. Hey Carter, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I got home a little bit late today and ate and paid some attention to the dog, and then I was like, alright, I should get on there, stream something. Get the channel off the ground. What time is it? It's almost 1 AM. No wonder. Yeah, it's kind of late. Yeah, well. I got a lot of bugs that are coming in at work, so I gotta be there, either helping debug them or make sure that they get debugged by the right people. Takes longer than you think. always down here. I'll be cutting that up for the alpha and the texture later, so I'm not worried about the edge. No biggie. that'd be great. No, the reason I'm making this part flatter here is because I don't want to give it too much depth. It's already getting pretty deep as it is, since it's going to be on a 2D plane. I'm more worried about us getting the shadows to read, from this angle. There we go. Using the move tool to get the loops to read better from the game angle, which should be about there. Those people that join a little bit later. This is the piece we're working on right now. Tunic and the belts and the waistline for Phantomancer. Level Zbrushing 5, so we're actually doing some nice and crisp edges now. It's looking a bit more rewarding than those wrinkles we had to draw earlier. Selecting the back, so I'm just going to hide it for now. I actually hide this top part too. Hi, Jobsy. How you doing? Yeah, it's been a quiet night. It's a bit late. Yeah, I think I'm spending too much time on it, but at the same time, I'm gonna post a video on the YouTube channel so people can learn from it. So I gotta make sure it's not too rushed, because I am putting a bit more detail than Dota actually requires. But it'll help the people that are trying to learn eventually. And I'm a bit rusty myself, haven't ZBrushed in a while, so it's actually helping me. Yeah, right. Oh no, I got the crash issue resolved. Yeah, I tested it a few times before I even started, just to make sure. So it should be good to go. And even if it crashes, I've been saving and testing that I can reload the saves. So we are covered on that side. Beastmaster said would be good in the game. There's only one. Yeah, he only has one, huh? He's got the actually, does he have two? Did they put that lion in? Somebody made a lion that goes over his shoulders, and then there's a second one that has the hood over his head, right? Not sure if that lion made it in though. It's pretty cool. A gyrocopter set would be cool. No, but not sure how good you are in mechanical creations. Yeah, no, non-organic stuff is actually way easier, so yeah, I did alright. Did they? Did nobody like the new one? Actually, I can show you guys a heavy that I did. Speaking of non-organic stuff. Let's see. Put that up while I watch this. One second, let me just find the file for you guys. So this one second, guys. Be back in a few minutes. Be back in 5 minutes or less. Hey guys. Old man PL. Azraith the Wise, I think his name's gonna be. Unless you guys can come up with something better. I think at least his name is Azraith, right? Azraith? Azraith? Holy shit. Hello, Suns fan and Dota cinema fans. This is the second night you guys do this. Oh, is it Reeves too? Right on. Props to Reeves, man. That guy's awesome. This is part of a set for Phantom Lancer. This is his tunic and part of his belts. You guys want to see this, the work in progress model? Here he is. So this is the part we're working on right now. This guy's here. Got a bunch of belts and some tunic on both sides, going a little bit lower than his normal one. And then we have some manly hair on his arms, and then this epic beard. As with the Wise, I think we're gonna call him. I don't know. Oh, this isn't textured yet, you guys. This is just the mesh, really. I haven't textured anything yet. I just started doing a little bit of fur the other day, but it's nowhere near finished. I'm still doing the high poly models right now. So you guys can see the tunic right here. Oh, yes, I see the spear. Actually, I can show you the default spear here and the new one that I'm making. So this is gonna be it's gonna be stone and maybe have some gold designs running across it, and like a bunch of cracks running up and down it, being held by leather, stone, and then leather again. The sound effects should still line up, it should be alright. And there's a default. Yeah, some maybe some like Dota-ish kind of like engravings. You know, they send some new ones, I think. But yeah, they'll be in that style. That's a good idea. My signature in Dota speak. Yeah, I think the beard, like at first when I was thinking about how to make the beard, I just thought it was gonna look silly. But he actually looks pretty, he looks even, I don't know, stronger to me. Maybe because he doesn't have the top anymore. So he just looks like an ass kicker, you know? And he's gonna contrast really nice in game, like from game view. The blues and the whites are gonna contrast so nicely, he'll stand out really nice. And then I'll have some gold engravings and whatnot on his tunic and his belts. Should be alright. Mad mode. Markings on his back. I could do that, but I am actually completely out of polygons because you can only substitute 4 parts on Phantom Lancer on the default. I'll show you guys that stuff. So this is one of them. This is the shoulder piece. This is the belt part. And here are the arms. And the lance, of course. Oh, this is part of the shoulders too, I think. So with those 4 sets, I am actually using this shoulder piece to make the beard on his head. So I'll be able to rig that in a way that it works. But that's where that replacement is, or those polygons and that texture space is gonna go. Which is pretty tricky. This has got a lot of poly edges that need to be seen, especially in the avatar view. You're just gonna be like this close, right? Actually, I had another beard that had even more polys and hair sticking out, but I had to lower the poly count so that it gets into these in-game numbers. And then this is the avatar view numbers, the amount of polygons you can spend on it. Right now I am playing some Ronald Jenkins. You guys can look him up on iTunes or ronaldjenkins.com. He's this awesome artist. The name of the song is Speaker One, Speaker One. And this is one of my favorites. It's called Magnetic Moment. Check it out. No, I'm not removing the beard, man. That's the feature. That's by far my favorite part of this set. That's why I started making, actually, because somebody suggested that I make this epic mane for the Phantom Lancer, and I was like, man, that's a really good idea. And then I went on and designed the belt and the arms and the way the beard is actually fitting on him. And this stuff will have office and everything's all blended really nice. You won't be able to tell. Be alright. Yeah, Ronald Jenkins, man, he's amazing. And you spelled it right. So if anybody wants to check out his music, go to ronaldjenkins.com. And you show how it would look with the beard, but with the old set. Yes, of course I can show that. It looks pretty tight too. Oh, thanks a lot, man. Appreciate the kind words. I just started actually broadcasting this stream, and I haven't really publicized it much or announced an official broadcast. I've just kind of like gotten home from work and kind of like started going at it. But if you guys can favorite the channel and pass it around, I would really appreciate that so we can get more numbers in here. That'd be awesome. Thundercat. The program is XSI. Well, the one that I showed you the model in. It's a soft image XSI. This is ZBrush right here. This is for the high polygon part of the model, which then gets baked down to make more detail into the low polygon in-game mesh that you see in game. Is that my work that's posted earlier? I'm not sure. The Scarecrow? Yeah. Check it out, guys. You can follow on Facebook, and you can follow it on YouTube if you guys don't catch it live. And that's one of the sets I made, the Scarecrow Pudge, the Psychopath. Oh, thanks, guys. I'm using a Wacom tablet in Tools 4. I can show you guys my setup. Check it out. Check out that glass. What a fanboy, huh? By the way, I'm following your channel now. I am a 3D modeler, environment artist in a game development house. Always nice to see someone else use ZBrush. Also, welcome time. Hey man, awesome. What studio do you work at? I work at LucasArts myself. If you couldn't tell by the Stormtrooper helmet. Oh, my hat. Yeah, here's my hat. Pretty slick. It's like a military hat, but it's got the logo. It's like the flat tops. I love this hat. I ordered 2 more to have them as backups. Yeah. I didn't buy all that. What do you think they send me free shit? Turku, Finland. Oh, cool, man. Send me some of your work if you have some time later on in the message. Love to see it. The other program was XSI. This is ZBrush here. So this is the one you're asking about, right? Yeah. Autodesk Softimage. I guess it's not called XSI anymore since Autodesk bought them out. The guys that make Maya and Studio Max. That's swag if nobody buys it. Absolutely, man. Robin already hooked me up with free stuff at the International, man. I don't like asking him for stuff. I use Softimage. I don't use Maya or 3D Max. It's similar, but better. I fight about this at the studio all the time. Although, like, everybody uses Maya at work, but I can't stand Maya. have to subdivide this pretty soon. It's losing a lot of definition with bigger brushes. Yeah, once it gets textured and the materials go on it in game, it really comes alive. And like I said, the contrast with all the blue showing and the white beard, it's gonna look really nice in game. At least I hope so. Save before this crashes and lose all the work. Nerf made a comic making fun of the Broodmother match. Oh man. So we're playing all random, right? And I got, who did I get? I got somebody I'm totally never used before. Was it Puck? I can't remember. It might have been Puck. And I never used Puck before. So I was like, fuck this, man. I'm gonna repick. So I repick and I get Broodmother. And I've never used Broodmother either. So I passed it off to somebody else, and that somebody else was just bitching the entire time that I repicked Broodmother when Broodmother's like the worst, character in the world, this, that, and the other, and we eventually lost to this farmed Sven. But apparently it was my fault because I picked Broodmother on random pick. No problem, Jin. Or Jenpin. Alright, let's check out this webcomic together, guys. I'll bring it up in another window so we can all see it. I don't know, you think that's a... Oh, shoot. There we go. I don't know if you guys can see that, if that's big enough on the screen. Oh, in the middle belt buckle? You think there should be a lion engraved in it? Yeah, it's definitely something, maybe part of the decals as well. The lion, I think, is going to be too small to read from in-game. So it'll have to be maybe, some other decal that maybe it's on the sword as well. Like even the default stuff is kind of hard to read in-game. All these really cool designs that they made for him. Where's my next? Here's the default. It's got some really cool stuff, but the problem is, when you go into game view, oops, let me get rid of the wireframe there. It all starts blending together a little bit, so you don't see all those cool designs. Like even the sun, like you can see the sun a bit, but I mean this is huge. I don't have anything that big on his belts, so I can't get too detailed on the belts. Yeah, see, it's gonna be really small. I think the more important thing is to have a bit of yellow in there, some gold to bring out, that character feature that he's got on the previous model. And the more distinctive part from the lower the lower body is that he's got multiple belts on him, and it's gonna have like this dark kind of tunic. Not precisely this kind of red, but you know, something similar. So it contrasts nice. Decals pretty well disappear in in-game models. Yeah, they do. You have to get some really big stuff. I think it's more about contrast. You know, contrast and design is most important. And then, you know, once you get to the avatar view, then you get the little details into the avatar view. And then if you want to do extra details, as long as they don't conflict with the contrast and they don't make everything really chaotic from far away, you know, like if you have too much detail, it'll start blending together at a distance. As long as it doesn't do that, then you can use that detail to make, you know, beauty renders and marketing shots and, you know, help promote the item or make, you know, back wallpapers and stuff like that. So that's what, you know, if you're really wanting the detail, then good for those reasons, but not for the in-game. Polys. Polygons, yeah, polygons works. Do you need some kind of scholarship to do this? No. When we review portfolios at work, I'm not interested in seeing what diploma the artist has. What's more important than anything is their portfolio, number one, and number two is their personality and their ability to work with others. You know, it's how they take feedback. You know, how much research did they do on the studio and the artists that actually work in the studio for the position that he's interviewing for? How well does he know the games that the studio has worked on or is planning or is currently working on? You know, is he excited about that? Has he worked with that kind of design before? You know, does he know the IP of the game you're working on? You know, if it's already a released IP. All those kind of things are way more important than seeing a piece of paper that says he went to school for 4 years. What it's really good to have a degree for is if you are not from the States or from the country that the studio you are applying for is from, and the government is gonna ask for you to have a degree, a 4-year degree, so you can get a visa so you can work for them. So that's a biggie. I am 32, and I've been working at Lucas Arts for 7 years now. And before that, I worked at other studios. I've been doing this for about 13, 14 years now. Any of you guys play The Force Unleashed? Yeah. Here, I'll plug in the... what is that? There you go. Oh, thanks, man. We spent a long time making the art pretty in that game. Actually, I just posted a picture. Sam, the actor that plays the apprentice in The Force Unleashed, came by the studio last week, and I got a picture with him in my office, and it's posted up on the Facebook page. I think I posted it earlier. Not sure if the link's still up.
So much.
Oh, thanks. I was copying the link, but you beat me to it. Thank you. Yeah, follow on Facebook if you guys wanna. I usually post on the page when I start broadcasting. I post on there and I post on the Steam group as soon as I start broadcasting. Usually, I didn't tonight because I wasn't planning on really working this far into it, but I got into a groove and I'm still doing it, which is great. So yeah, add those guys up and you'll know when the stream goes live. can I recommend some video tutorials or websites so that you guys can learn? Learn just 3D modeling as a whole, or Dota items. Modeling as a whole, you're actually, if you go to websites like CG Talk and Polycount, and then YouTube, you know, tutorials on XSI or Maya and all that, like there's tons of videos out there for learning 3D applications. The Nonum workshop is a good place too, which is it's listed on CG Talk. But yeah, I think that's the best way to start, is downloading those applications, the 30-day trial or whatever, and then going to those forums and looking at all the tutorials that people have posted, and on YouTube. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube that can help you out. In how many years can you learn to 3D model? You can learn fairly easy. I mean, learning the application and the steps shouldn't take you too long, maybe a few months to learn, the basics. But once that's done, it's about, practicing. Nobody's born with an amazing talent. Those guys that are amazing because they practiced and they worked at it. Yeah. So that's my advice. Do it as much as you can. Here I think I'm gonna put a scratch that kind of like maybe just missed him, and it kind of like hit all his belts across, and then the metal might have like another big scratch right here. So I'm gonna start with the belts. And it gets more intense towards the top too, because that's where it started, and it just kind of like fades away. And I think we need to make it extra big so that it reads in game, like what we were saying earlier. I think that's gonna read a little bit again. Maybe bigger. Bigger's better, right? Oh, it's getting pretty violent. So why am I giving PL so many belts? Is there a rationale behind it? Well, I think about it too, but he's got this repetition theme behind him, right? Like he duplicates in game, as one of his abilities. and I'm really taking away his shoulder stuff, so he contrasts really nice with the beard and the whites and all that. But yeah, I think the repeating factor, you know, kind of goes well with him. He's got all these extra belts on there, and maybe they're from his past lords that were killed in the battle. If you read the biography, you know, a bunch of his important people from his race died. So maybe those belts are part, you know, to honor those fallen comrades. So yeah, it's got. I think those two reasons are pretty strong. And the tunic, the cloth, maybe it's one of their tunics from their flags or something like that, with some really fancy design, you know, very fantasy, which I don't usually get to do at work much, so starting to get into the fantasy stuff with this Dota design. We should save this before ZBrush crashes and we lose all that cool build stuff. Sarah, I'm trying to learn 3D modeling on YouTube. I saw one of the 3D weapons of Dota2 in YouTube almost had triangles on it. I thought only 4 edges can be can only apply to modeling. Sorry, new question. 4 edges. Oh, you mean like quads? No, I mean when you model stuff. I can actually show you that right now. Whoops, that's not necessary. I'll take off the texture so you guys can see it. So see, all these are vertices, right? All the blue dots. These are, actually I can select them so you guys can see them. These are polygons, and these are the edges. Now, even though you have, you know, I can delete the edge, and you have your quad. So usually, you know, you want to model. Well, this is all triangulated because I'll put it out. So see, but when you model in quads. You duplicate it so I don't fuck it up. So when you're modeling something, say you want to add more belts to this guy, you know, you select that stuff, you know, bring that guy up, scale it in, extrude again, bring it back up. Do it a bit more, bring it in, extrude, etc. Right? I mean, I would be more careful than this, but you know, essentially, you know, that's what you're doing, and it's a lot cleaner. You know, when you're modeling with quads, than if you do it, you know, triangle by triangle. Let's say, you know, say this part wasn't here at all, and I wanted to, you know, to fill that area in with poly box modeling. You know, I would start by extending, you know, making kind of like a rough draft before I want that to go. Whoops. Right. So it's easier just because it's less edges to worry about. When you have to worry about edges, it's, you know, places like here. You know, if this edge wasn't here and we had like a quad going on, the game engine, depending on the engine you're using, whether it's, you know, Hammer or Unreal Engine or just a proprietary engine from the studio, the engine will either make the edge go this way or this way. It's down to the programming of the engine. So what you want to do is, you know, force the engine by telling him, like, hey, this is where the edge is, so it's not up to the engine to decide. But yeah, that's quads and triangles in a nutshell for you. I deleted an edge over here, didn't I? Is this one? I don't know. Oh, well, I'm sure I'll fix it later. Oh, I deleted on the beard. Did I? I can't even remember. Oh yeah, is it this one? One of those two. That area shouldn't be problematic. Looks fine. Thank you. Sweet, thank you. It seems as though when you see him from the front, all the detail might get lost because of the way he holds his weapon. Because he holds his weapon so low. Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do, you know, as a character artist. You know, like the animations play a big part on how you should be designing the characters in the game. We don't really have control over the animations because they're already made, you know, so, and if he's already covered in those animations, then, you know, tough luck. You can try and show off the areas that show the best, but what you also want to make him look good for, you know, the rendering shots and the avatar view and all that stuff. And, you know, when the poses kick in, which I'm sure Valve is going to implement, you know, sooner than later, probably later, is I bet you those stunts are going to maybe zoom in the character and display the character way more. At least that's what I'm thinking, you know, because that's what TF2 does, and people want to see their character more on screen because they're spending money on these items, you know, not the customizable items. So I think they're gonna show that stuff a lot better, you know, later down the road. So I'm not too worried about the character blocking too much stuff with animations, really. Not for this game, at least. I'm using Soft Image and I'm using ZBrush. Yes. Please try and put tattoos on his back, like a dragon or something. Now I could put tattoos on him, but I am literally out of polygons to use out of all his sets. See, like, these are the polygon limits I added up to the scenes, so I keep them in mind while I model. And I'm completely, like, to the rim on polygons used. So to put a tattoo on his back, the way you would do it is I would grab maybe these polygons, and I would duplicate them. And I would bring them out just a tad. I don't know if you guys can see that on the stream. I don't know if the stream is actually coming out at 720p or 1200 by 720 or whatever. So you pull that apart just a little bit, you know, and then you can grab all the edges. Whoops. So you can grab all the edges like I did here, and you move those back into place. So the scene is almost, well, pretty much perfect. And then with this piece, you bake that out into a texture. Oops. This area of the original texture, you would grab that piece out and put it out into its own texture. So you can actually, well, I guess you wouldn't want to scale it up too big because then you know you'll kind of like you'll have to fade out the edges so that the resolution doesn't seem completely off. But you would scale this guy up and do this and fit it onto the texture, so you use, you know, most of the texture so you get better resolution in the game. And once you do that, then you just do your overlays to, you know, tattoo whatever design you want on its back, which actually would be really neat because then I could put like maybe even some more white hair or something, you know, or like you said, some crazy tattoo. The problem is polygons and texture space. You are limited by the item you're replacing, and most of the time it's going to be a smaller item, you know, because I mean people want to substitute the items with something bigger and something that stands out, you know, without changing the silhouette too much, because then it won't get into the store. But the more you do that, the more challenging it's gonna be to get the texture to look as good as the model, you know, the Valve artist did with the model. Because, you know, the bigger you get, the more resolution you're gonna need, because your texture is gonna take up more UV space, more polygons to cover that area. So you need to start doing tricks like mirroring UVs and shrinking the ones that you don't see as much. You know, like for example, this guy's gonna has really small UVs on the lower part of his beard, because I mean you will pretty much never see it, like, except when maybe when he dies and his head is kind of like on the ground like that. But you know, at that point, who cares? You know, that percentage at the time is way too small to spend a big amount of UV space for the texture on it. So you shrink those guys, and you kept the guys that you see the most, like the top parts and the face parts for the avatar, you keep those guys way bigger on the UV texture space. So there's a lot of tricks to do that way. Mirroring is another one, like I mentioned. Yeah. .3D Max is a complete package, just like Maya and Softimage are. They all do modeling, mid-poly to high-poly modeling. They do animations, they do rendering. They can do special effects, like you know, the emitters or fire. They can do soft bodies. They do rigging or skinning, which is, you know, attaching the mesh to the skeleton so that animators can animate. It's a complete package. How's my microphone, by the way, guys? Is it good or too loud? I don't know, maybe screaming at you guys. It's true, PL rarely dies. I wasn't even saying it for that reason, man, but you're right. He never fucking dies. Actually, even when he dies, he doesn't just stay on the ground, he just like goes into like ashes. So you will never see that bottom part of the texture, ever. The mic's good? Okay, thank you guys. .720p is not, yeah, I know it's not a resolution. The resolution's 1280 by 720, I think that's what comes out. But I'm not sure if, I think I need to talk to the Twitch TV guys so that I can get the options put into the bottom right so that you guys can put the highest resolution on there. But I don't know, I mean, from what I can see, the resolution's not too bad. The changing of the particles. They might come out with an editor at some point, but I don't know. I mean, it would still have to be, you know, greenlit by them regardless. And I know that the effects are something that is really, really, really important for gameplay. So if I was in their shoes, I probably wouldn't let people mess around with the emitters. And I would let them control them, you know, even if they add one to a character, to a customizable, I think they should be in charge of controlling that because, like I said, it's just way too important for gameplay. Oh man, you guys got me talking. I'm ignoring the model. Someone sent a set of particles for Wisp that matches up your spirits with your team's heroes. I think I saw that one. Was that the one? No, I think I saw one with like stones kind of like floating around him. That was pretty neat. Suddenly, PL throws strobe lights at you. That'd be awesome. And blinds you so you can't see all the freaking phantoms appearing right next to you. Just so he's more OP, right? Were a bunch of you guys watching Sunspan? How'd they do? Were they playing a game? Man, this almost looks like a freaking bear went at him. Alright, I think that's good for the scratch. Let's work on the rest of the belt little details. Bottom ones don't need that much detail because you won't see them all that much. But they're just, this is gonna be like the wear and tear on the leather. You know, like the brighter kind of leather that shows up when you scratch, you know, your belt or whatever. That's what these little bits are gonna be. I was thinking of, like, I could actually ZBrush a small chain going across it, following the belts. But then I realized that that would get way too pixelated, you know, the size of these belts are. It would only work if it was one big belt, and then you could have that amount of detail with the chains. So yeah, maybe I'll try chains with a different item later down the line. It's getting a little too... I'll break this up a bit. Built up all the mistake I made. The great thing about sculpting in digital form, you can always undo or cover up your mistake way easier than with real life media. Like sculpting or painting, oh god. I always hated painting in school. Not because of the painting part, but you know, like mixing the colors up. It just took forever, and then you know, if you run out of that color while you're painting, you have to mix it up again, and you had to like try, or at least I tried to get the same shade because I was anal like that, and I was like, man, I'm spending so much time not doing the artwork and mixing paint, and then you know, painting before it dries, and then getting the same color, and all that now is just a click away. Thank God. Getting used to Alt C was so anal to me. Yeah. It's a running joke at our studio, you know, like when you're drawing something at a meeting, like on the board or on a piece of paper designing something. You know, every now and then you'll see somebody kind of like move their thumb and their index finger on the left hand, you know, reaching for that Alt C. I know, I've done it. We do this way too much. We work way too much. But it's okay. We do it because we wanna. Oh, it's getting a little heavy over here. Oh, actually, that's something I should have done. Let's see this. Yeah, Control C. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I rarely even look at my keyboard anymore. It's just a finger motion. And I have all these custom key bindings for all my programs. So when somebody asks me, it's like, you know, like another character artist asks me, you know, how do you do this or whatever, it's like, oh, you do this function, this, that, and the other. And they're like, oh, where's the like? They ask me for the default, you know, key for that. I have no idea what the key is, so I have to like grab the keyboard and like manually, you know, do the motion and look at the key that I'm hitting. It's like, oh yeah, here you go. I usually set my reduce to Control A. So I have Control A and Control C one finger away without having to let go of the control or anything. most applications have Control A for select everything, but I changed that. I don't usually do control everything. If I need to control everything like in Photoshop, I just zoom out really quick and do a marquee grab really quick. Control mouse wheel up. Well, I usually have the Wacom pen on my hand, so. Desk keyboard premium. It's got no symbols on the keys. Make sure you guys favorite this Twitch channel and the YouTube and the Facebook. That way I can talk to Twitch and I can get higher resolution set on the stream for everybody to see all the details better. It'll help me negotiate with them. So I appreciate that. What software do I recommend to create atoms for Dota 2? If you've never used any 3D software before, oh man, I'm biased because I love XSI and I try and push as many people towards it as possible because in the end it's a better modeling tool. However, most people know Maya and most studios use Maya and Studio Max. So for those reasons, you'll find more tutorials for probably a bit more tutorials for it at least. So if you want to make it easier on yourself in finding those tutorials, you can use Maya and Studio Max. If you're in it for the long run and you want to use something that is better, use Softimage. There's still tutorials for Softimage. I'm not saying there isn't any, but there's probably way more for Maya. So yeah. You will also need Photoshop to create the textures for your model. And ZBrush is great to have to do the high poly stuff, but not completely necessary. If you don't have the funds to have ZBrush, you can just create normal maps with Photoshop plugins. And you can actually kind of get away with it, you know, it just might take you longer or, you know, not be as that you won't get the depth, you know, as much. But you can still create them in Photoshop with black and white textures that get them filtered into normal maps. There's tutorials on how to do that as well on YouTube. So yeah, you can use, you know, those 3 programs or just 2 of those programs. whatever supports exports the related file types and you are comfortable with. Yeah, that's something. Do you think if you share some of your materials that are not under NDA, we could collab together sometime? Or are you purely a solo worker? I was approached by one of the concept artists that created the winning entry for the Polygon contest. He wanted to work together on an item, but he only did concepts, and I mean, I didn't want to just make all the models, and he just did the concepts and, you know, split that 50-50. And usually I don't even work off concepts really, like I get something in my head and I design as I sculpt, so I'm able to do all that stuff on my own better. Yeah. My 3D Studio Max would be good entry points for trying out 3D modeling because there are tons of tutorials on them. Once you understand the basics, then it gets you some 3D things made, and you should branch out then. Yeah, Corridor's absolutely right. I mean, you can start with the better, well-known stuff, and once you understand how, you know, all the polygons, you know, edges, you know, sub-being, you know, like everything, you know, from A to Z. Once you know that, you can transfer those skills over to other applications. So all you need to do is learn, you know, the UI and where everything is, you know, and how the other application does it, which is usually, you know, the same way. They might have a couple extras, you know, plugins or a few more options than other programs, but the main stuff, you know, essentially works the best. Jinfin, yeah, I suggest you try out making some items on your own, and, you know, getting good at that. Once you get the hang of that, then, you know, looking to collaborate with other people. Is it the same song that you asked earlier about? I can't remember. They all kind of blend together when I'm working. This is a guitar sound. Actually, no, this is not the same one. The one from earlier was speaker one, speaker one. This is a guitar sound. Yeah, this one is Guitar Sound. That's the name of the song. Yeah, man, Roland Jenkins is the shit. Love that guy. Super nice guy, too. I lowered the resolution on the rest of the mesh so that I can work faster and with less polygons on these bigger details like the the belt, the big wrinkles on the belt. And then once I finish those, then I can put the subdivision level back to higher detail and then do the details again for the belt. But that's the reason why it looks so pixelated on the 5 detail right now. It also helps the ZBrush run faster. Somebody's saying that they, some people want to make Valve revert the Vengeance Spirit. Too many people complaining about it or something? I haven't played in a few days, so I don't know. VS is OP early game. She's so annoying. She can stuck you easily without getting PO'd. Yeah, but she's really slow. So if you get a team on her, you know, you bring a third person in, I think she's easy to gank. And she's kind of weak too. I like ganking her, at least in the beginning. She's so slow. You need to get into better pubs. Yeah. Oh, no, now we're to the top parts here. Damn. Thought I was free. To go back to details, but nope. Charlie's the way to go, man. I think I tried, we tried doing the 5-man gank. It failed miserably. And we just lost XP. Then we can go higher up on this of these. When I start a new set for the next whatever I make next, I'm gonna start it from scratch, and I'll publicize, you know, the step by step so that people can follow along right from the beginning of the creation of the set, and people can learn how to create an item from the very beginning. That'd be useful for people. Alright. We lessen the amount of work we just did, because it might not. I get busy in game. That's too harsh. We'll just soften it up a bit more. We want contrast on the big things, not on the small things, because then it'll just look super wrinkly. Like my tunic was looking before. Which a friend told me, you know, she got fresh eyes on it and let me know. And she was right. Oops. I think you'll ever see this, but just so I know where the edge is for when I paint the polygons. Alright, 75. detail is still too strong. Smooth it out a tiny bit more. That's better. Now we can do the contrasting detail. Some epic Dota 2 strategy going on in the chat. every now and then, just to make sure I don't lose complete, like maybe all these files have been corrupted for whatever reason. I like to export an OBJ version of the mesh, just in case. It's a lot longer than just saving a file, but probably worth it. Somebody in the chat said a relative of mine made a joke about Santa Claus not existing while at the Foul Shorts last December, and he got kicked out for making a bunch of kids cry. That's awful. This part right here is actually his thigh, so I shouldn't have placed any leather scarring detail on that part. That's gonna be his hip bone, which I'll sculpt later. But I just down rest so I could clean it up. See, like this side I left to clean. And then right here's the cloth piece supposed to close down, I guess. So I'll draw that. What program am I using? Noob question. No, it's XSI and ZBrush. This is XSI. And this is ZBrush. Oh, no problem. I didn't see what he was typing. Was he one of the two people that were talking about Dota for a long time? hit when he flips the model for no reason. This song is Red Lemonade Remixed by Ronald Jenkins. You're welcome. My hand's starting to hurt. I'm holding the pen too tight, I think. I will do that. It's amazing how PL got his armor so hacked up but has no scars. Yeah, about that. Well, actually, like I said, right, he got all his belts from his fallen commanders or kings or whatever. What's his lore? Does anybody know it really well? A bunch of his fellow warriors, I think, fell as they were attacked by some invading army. So maybe he got these belts from all of those guys, and he wears them all to pay homage to them. How's that? Trophy belts. But then I had to make them all different looking. And that would look silly on him. Cool idea though. So all the detail on the belts is really strong right now, but I'll tone that down to the normal map, just so that I can always tone it back on the normal map on the texture in Photoshop. But if you just make it strong, you always have somewhere to go if you want it to be really emphasized. So I'm planning on not having it this strong, like all these little bridges. They won't be as noticeable, but they're more for like guiding the texture and having a little difference there on the normal, just a little bit, not this much. Have you thought about an arrow puncture mark on one of the belts? I didn't. I had some kind of like marks over here, but those are in arrow punctures. I wonder how well the punctures would read. Yeah, maybe something really big. That's a good idea. Let's see. It's a good tool to make something. Where should we put the arrow? In his back somewhere. Maybe right here. This is ZBrush you're looking at right now. I'm using a Wacom tablet, yep. There you go. How's that for an arrow puncture? There's a little more scratch on the outside. Oops. And then we'll just darken it in the texture. The song playing is Disorganized Fun by Ronald Jenkins. Alright, there you go. We have an arrow mark, sorta. This back belt. If it ever makes it into the game, you can point it out and be like, see that arrow mark? That arrow mark is there because I told them to make an arrow mark. No man, thank you. Thanks for contributing. That's the whole idea. Alright. We'll have more skin, kind of like lighter leather kind of showing around the outside and everything when we do the texture. That's good for now. This high poly model, I'm gonna export when I'm finished with it, and I'm gonna bring it into XSI. And imagine this is the extra high polygon model. This is obviously the mid polygon model, and this is a low polygon model. So I bring in, you know, pretend this is a ZBrush model I just finished. So I would bring that into XSI or Softimage and place it right over top of my low polygon model. And I would grab my low polygon model and I would create these settings that would bake the information from the high polygon model into the low polygon mesh UVs. The UVs are these. Whoops. No, that's not UV'd. There we go. These are the UV coordinates of the waist that we're working on right now. No. Oh man. Can't see that. Let's use it black. There we go. So the high polygon information gets baked into the low polygon model UVs, which I already made, as a texture, which is called a normal map. And that normal map will tell the engine to create this bumps using the colors on the texture to tell it whether it can accept light or whether it does not accept the light. And with those colors being in the right place, it fakes that there's extra detail on the low poly model that was sculpted into the high polygon model. So it's basically creating a fake 3D texture mesh that lights up and doesn't light up in where the shadow should be depending on where the light is hitting it from. So it fakes like there's extra detail there when there really isn't. It's just a texture tricking it. So that's what the high polygon models are used for in video games. And the high poly meshes. I tried not to get too detailed. I hope that'll make sense to you guys. You're welcome. Bottom ones don't get seen too much, so I can kind of half-ass it on these guys. Blip, 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 blip. This is, I think, 3 CD interviews. Yeah, it's from 3 of his albums that he's released so far. The first one he released was named Ronald Jenkins. Then he came out with Disorganized Fun, and this latest one that he just came out with about a month or 2 months ago is called Days Away. Yeah, I get his first one too. The first album is really good as well. almost there, I think. Do I ever listen to Big Gigantic? No, I don't know them. What are they like? They have a saxophonist and a DJ on stage. They sound a bit like a more energetic Ronald Jenkins. Interesting. Big Gigantic. I'll definitely check them out. Like all sorts of music. Dota2 symbol belt buckle. I thought about that because you got the square thing going on already, right? But I don't know. I think it'll be a unique PL symbol that might also be on his stone spear, like his family crest or something like that. Oh, Chromie. Seeing the different effects. I need to download more materials. I just installed ZBrush last week at home, so I don't have any of my cool ones. How about Chrome? We're done with the belt, guys. The rest of the stuff I can do in Photoshop for the belt, like adding the little gold designs and the worn down leather on the edges, and the symbol I can actually even make the normal web in Photoshop, like I was saying earlier. So left to do, this is the back. What time is it? Oh, 5 in the morning. What are you guys doing up at 5 in the morning? Oh wow, you guys are all over the world. It's 2 in the afternoon for 9liz. Same for non-sculpt SB. 9 PM for Nick. Where are you guys from? Norway, and Croatia. Yeah, I think it's just me up at 5 in the morning. And I have work tomorrow too, at 10 in the morning. Hey, from Venezuela. South America. I know where Venezuela is, man. Hablo español yo también, so nos podemos hablar. Rosha Dodo. Let's save my file before it crashes again. B. Save. He says, "Oh, that's awesome. A lot of people don't know." He's asking where I'm from. I was born and raised in Mexico, and I lived in Canada for 15 years. So I have dual citizenship in Mexico and in Canada. And right now I'm living in California. Been here for about 7 years. Hey, we have somebody from Australia here too. Greetings. Yeah, I've been all over the place. Oh, I don't know if I have the energy to do the back skirt. And the hips. Well, let's export this now to see how it looks like. Export. Take a minute to export. It's gonna be a lot of polygons. There's a lot of countries in Europe, but it also, like, they're so close together that you can travel to all of them really, like, fairly fast. Makes for a hell of a good vacation. Oh, did it export already? Sweet. Yeah, I think we should do the kill tomorrow. Now, hopefully this doesn't crash anything, but if it does, I will return shortly. But just in case. FYI. So I've been running the programs for a long time. Oh, it's actually importing it fairly fast. It's gonna be millions of polygons. Bam. There she is. It is just under 5 million polygons. You can't even see them. Let me zoom in for you guys. There's a quad. Those are all polygons. Kinda crazy, huh? let's run out the 78 tool. So we'll duplicate that. Let's form 5 million polygons. And it'll take a bit, because it's a lot of polygons. And I'll show you guys how we lower the poly count, but we keep the detail in there so that it's easier for us to, you know, build the low poly mesh around it, or to even just bake out the normal map, because it would take forever if you use a lot of polygons. So you usually reduce it, but you keep the shape and the volume, so you still get that information in the normal map when you export it. It just makes it working, and it speeds up the process a lot when you disseminate it or lower the poly count on the ZBrush mesh. Is it done? Yep. So let's bring this over this way. And this is our custom form. Like that. There we go. So here we have our low poly, our mid poly, and our ZBrush. So we went from 1,100 polygons. Wait, that's not right. Where's my mesh? Oh, did I delete my mesh? This is my sub D one. Yeah, I see. Sub Ds. I think I deleted it to show us something earlier. No, it's okay. Okay, this is something else. I'll just do the example anyways. So see, this is 5 million polygons up here. You can see it. 1 second, let me minimize it. There we go. So you guys can see a bit more. So we're gonna have this mesh, which was 5 million polygons, and we're gonna run a poly reduction tool on it. And this will take a little bit of time. Yeah, I mean, next gen's not gonna be that many more polygons, I think. Well, I can't tell how many, because we actually know. It won't be that many. But yeah, maybe next gen it'll be more about subdividing stuff and barely using, you know, well, I still use normal maps for super fine stuff. But yeah, poly counts just keep going up and up and up. The operation's still running. Maybe we can check how our Pudge set is doing on the Steam Workshop while we wait. We have a new comment from a little while ago, and it's on the face-off that I made for Team Fortress 2. It's for it's a 6-class hat. It's a hockey mask with the TF2 logo over the top, and there's variations on the model a tiny bit. It's for the demo. He's got an eye patch. It's kind of far away. I don't know if you guys can see that. There you go. So the demo version has an eye patch, and the spy has his little cigarette through one of the holes. And there's a spy with a mask. Works well with the spy because he's got a machete, so it's a little bit like Friday the 13th, but not quite. And there's a soldier. Yeah, I made the Pudge set, the Scarecrow. Go to the Scarecrow. Psychopath. Sniper, you mean, not Spy? Well, they both have the mask. The Spy has the hole for his cigarette. Here's the Psychopath set. Where do I have screenshots for this thing? The blood in between his wounds they're actually covered up with more hay texture, so you can't see any of his wounds. So it actually looks like he's stuffed with hay. It worked out really well. And some of the hay moves around that as he jiggles. The rigging took a long time, but yeah, I'm pretty happy how it came out. Hopefully, if it gets into the game, when he throws his hook, or I should say when he throws the pitchfork, hopefully they use the rope instead of the chain, so I don't know, it's more befitting to the Scarecrow, you know. And I don't know if you guys have seen the other set, but here I'll open up one item at a time for this guy. This Insanity set, and so far the Pudge pants are the ones that I've gotten in. They got into the First of Us event. They're there. Good old bloodstained breeches is what they ended up calling them. And there are the pants. This is a mask, similar to the Team Fortress one, but this one is different proportions. It has like these leather straps. It has scratches all across the face. He's got this black alpha on the eyes, so that it actually shadows everything in the face except the eyes for a Pudge, which looks really neat. So yeah, there he is. Then I made this Insanity Bracer with an insane tag on his left arm. And the other side is slightly different kind of bracer. Insanity Bracer, oops. The contrast is really nice against the stark hands, the blood-stained hands. Yeah. And then there's this Insanity Jaw that I made. So it's got Pudge with his mouth open, and it's got this huge fat tongue and his teeth sticking out. And there's like blood and guts kind of like just hanging off, you know, like stuck between his teeth, just hanging down. There he is. And I actually rigged his the blood coming out of from his teeth and his mouth to some jiggle joints from his waist and his apron. So when he moves around, the blood actually moves around a little bit as well. So it's not static, because there's no joints there, you know, on the regular model. So I couldn't really rig it straight on or add the bones myself. So I attached them to those bones down here, and it's still able to move around, which looks awesome. Yeah, very ugly. I tried to get like a side shot so you can see a bit more of the guts hanging off his face. And then I made this little screenshot that shows how I made his mouth able to open, because you can actually edit the meshes, the default meshes for the game. So what I did was I modeled his mouth with his bottom teeth poking through the mesh. So I used his bottom teeth to fake the top teeth. And then I made the tongue really fat so it would hide the chin. See it there? And then I modeled the bottom teeth underneath that, and then I added all the blood and guts hanging off of it. And this is the final result. there you go. Hey, our operation's ready. So we went down from 5 million polygons to 2 million polygons, but I think we can do better than that. So if it's at 2 million polygons, we probably can go as low as probably 300,000. That might be pushing it a bit, but I think we can do it. Now if we go by final triangle count. Oh no, it's doing the operation again because I switched it to final triangle count. Yeah. Alright, I'll take another minute or so. Somebody said Pudge always needs braces. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay. So let's set this number to, what's it at now? It's at 2 million polygons. So just for the hell of it, let's make it 400,000. We'll just leave that too. 484,825 polygons. 7 trillion? But what? No, I'm not making that high. Blow up my XSI. Do I plan on making a tutorial someday? I think when I start the next set from scratch, which is actually gonna be possibly 2 sets from now, because I already have another set that's already halfway done. So maybe after that one, I'll start a set from scratch and I'll document all the this broadcast will actually get posted up on the Facebook live workshop. So on there, you know, I'll start from scratch on that set, and these videos will show you step by step, you know, how I made the models, from making the low poly model to the mid poly model to the high poly model to the UVs to the baking to the texturing to the materials to the rigging to the exporting and to enjoying them in game, hopefully. So that's the progress in a really tight nutshell. But hopefully, yeah, I'll document that, and there'll be step by step on getting that into game. I was actually working on 2 sets for the polycount contest. I was only able to finish one of them, and the other one I finished probably just under half, if not less, probably less than halfway through the other one. But the other one is a Skeleton King set, and it's you know, it's not Death. What's the name of that freaking character? The character from Greek mythology that when you die, he's the being that will take your 2 silver coins or whatever to help you cross the Death River. Skeletor, no, not Skeletor. I forget the name of the character. Jeez, what is it? I know this. I know somebody's googling me right now. But anyways, yeah, that's the character. So making him, you know, with kind of like a cloak, and he's got his staff with the lantern on top that he uses to push the boat across the river Death. And he's got his little pouch with his coins and stuff like that. River Sticks, thank you. Yes, that's it. The River Sticks. That's the character I'm making for Sculpting King. Right, he's known as the Ferryman or the River Sticks. And he's also known as Sharon, that's right. That's actually one of the names that I was playing around with as well. I find all those 3 names as well, they're all great. So I'll have to pick one of those out. Styx is the River Styx is the river. Sharon is the ferryman. Ah, okay, gotcha. It's been a while since I looked it up. Yeah, awesome. Ah, right on. So yeah, I don't know if I should go straight and call him Sharon, or if I should... I think, because I mean, there's a whole story about Sharon as well, you know, like where he came from and how he became the ferryman and all that. So maybe I can kind of like implement that kind of story to follow a bit closer to, you know, the Skeleton King or something. We'll see. In Greek mythology, Sharon or Charon is the ferryman of Hades who carries souls to the newly deceased across the river Styx. And Acheron, around the river Styx and Acheron that divided the world of the living and the world of the dead. Yep. Yep, alright, that's correct. The ferryman set. Yeah, it's got a good scent to it. Styx, Acheron, Phlegethon, and Cocytus are the four rivers that border the underworld, somebody said. Interesting. Sharon Cocytus. He's off his fairy and that flashes the coins when it hits. Dude, that would be pretty dope. It'd be like a huge, like, little crappy boat though, right? Like all broken and stuff, and it just like shatters even worse when it hits. Huge thing, yeah. Yeah, that'd be hilarious. A Dragon Knight set. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta think about it. Whatever comes to mind the most, like with usually the idea I pick is the one that will have the most character, you know, the most character into a character, not just new armor, you know, which is like, I see a lot of items in the workshop and some of them are just like amazing, right? But the bulk of them are just like a lot of new armor pieces, you know, that just might look cool, but they don't really like bring like a new character or a new personality to that character, you know. So that's what I try to make when I make items for Dota or sets, to give them a bit more personality and a character as a whole. Everybody's asking for their favorite hero. I play a lot of Spirit Breaker, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll make a set for him next. The Scarecrow, the Psychopath set is in the engine, but it's not actually activated yet, so I don't know if Valve is gonna put it in or if they're not gonna put it in, but it's in the game files at the moment, so who knows. The Pudge Pants, the Bloodstained Bridges, are in the game right now. Hey, look at this. We're at 400,000, well, 500,000 polygons. And look at that. All the details still there. So let's duplicate that. Just so I can show you guys the difference. Oh, still doing everything there. Notification. Your Pudge Pants are the most expensive trade item that drops in Dota. Are they? I don't think they are. I thought actually when they came out and the Pudge mustache came out at the same time, I thought that was going for more keys. I mean, I don't follow the key trading system too much, but I thought I heard that mustache was going for a lot more. How much are the Pudge Pants trading for right now? London Ale, what's up, girl? You've missed a long night of making ZBrush items. Ooh, a Dragon Knight set with dragon parts in human form combined was the idea by Nightlaw. sounds kind of cool. Wouldn't be able to change the silhouette too much though. I mean, you don't want his wings sticking out like crazy, right? Maybe he would have them kind of like tucked in so that they kind of like mimic the current skirt that he has. So you use those jiggle joints so that his wings move a little bit, but they're still tucked in. I think that would work. Nah, it wouldn't be difficult to model. Wow, this duplication is taking a long time. It's because it's duplicating the mesh that has the operation on it, and the operation is not deleted yet, so that means that it's still counting the 5 million polygons from before, so it's duplicating the 5 million polygons plus the operation of the poly reduction. Yeah, I could model that, no problem. Undying transformation set for Optimus Prime. That would be so freaking hilarious. It would never get in though. It'd be neat actually to mess around with the transformation for Undying. Because you can get really, really fancy with that stuff, you know? Like... Oh man, I'm already thinking about it right now. I might make that next actually. Like I'm thinking, you know, like he's in his zombie form. And then when he transforms, his bones scale more than his skin does. So his bones actually like penetrate his skin and they kind of like stick out from his body, and he's all like, you know, spiky and like, you know, huge, still muscly and all that. That'd be dope. Hey SB, yeah, I'm still streaming. I got in a roll and we finished the tunic, the front tunic, and all the belts in ZBrush. We just need to do the back tunic, which we'll do tomorrow, but I'm just showing the poly reduction tool at the moment. By the way, did you work out about the scale of the textures on the hands? You're talking about the arms, like the hair? No, I haven't touched the hair textures yet. I haven't started the final texture for that. The other night it was just a test for painting fur, if the rest of the people here missed it. The video's up on the... Yeah, it was really slow because I was teaching myself to paint fur. I've never painted fur before, so I was teaching myself and then doing the test at the same time. But yeah, if anybody wants to check out that video for the fur, I will link you guys to the YouTube page. There you go. Make sure to subscribe, you guys. Dragon Knight Dragon form. Is it possible to give the dragon armor pieces as well? Absolutely. That would actually be kind of cool if they're kind of like hanging off them. That's a great idea too, man. I think that's a plausible idea for another set later down the line. Hey Nihilus, welcome back. Oh, let's check the model. Cool, the duplication is ready. So we're gonna freeze this version, which will take a little bit, not as long as before. And then we'll move that out of the way and then go back to the other model and show the super high poly 5 million to the 400,000 poly version. See if you guys can tell the difference. Oh, thanks for subscribing to the YouTube. We gotta get those numbers up. Deathwing from WoW. Yeah, actually Deathwing has the armor kind of like attached to him, like with bolts and whatnot. But I think with Dragon Knight it should be like ripped off, you know, kind of like the Hulk. So like imagine like if, you know, he's transforming into the dragon, he just rips it off and it's like pieces of it do, you know, fall off, but the other pieces are kind of like hanging off and all that, you know. That'd be really neat. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I was talking to Anuxi a little earlier tonight. She used to work at Turbine down by Redwood Shores over here. I'm over at Lucas, which is a little bit north from there. She's really nice. Alright, let's move this guy out of the way. Okay. Close that. This guy's frozen. We'll open up the settings for our other one. And here's the poly reduction operation. We're gonna delete that from the history, and this mesh should be going. I started pointing with my hand, and I realized you guys can't see my hand, so I gotta use the mouse to point. So this one should be going back up to 5 million polygons. And I'm trying to select it, and it's taking a little bit of time because it's 5 million polygons. You can see right up here in the top left. And then I'm gonna select this one, and look at that, 400,000 polygons. And see? Can't really tell the difference, can you? And this one I can modify and rotate and model around and it'd be no problem. But if I select this one and rotate it and try and edit it, XSI or Softimage would really struggle with that. Actually, that's a good point. That's another thing that's great about Softimage compared to Maya or 3D Studio Max. Softimage can handle way more polygons than the other two applications can. So if you're working something really high up, and you know, XSI is the way to go. The same stuff can be done in ZBrush as well, the dissemination. But sometimes that's kind of buggy and it crashes every now and then. And XSI does a pretty good job as well, so yeah, either one is good. I've done both. Oh no, it's a... the viewer from Venezuela asked me if I plan on making a Juggernaut, Lion, or an anti-mage set. And I was actually down at the PAX, the International Dota2 tournament last year. And I was talking with Robin for a while. And he suggested that I make a set for anti-mage as well back then. The problem was that back then they hadn't released the anti-mage set. But I told him I'd make one. So, and I like anti-mage, I'm just not very good with him, and he's just a pain in the ass. Like, he's not fun to use at the beginning, right? He only gets good towards the end of the game, if you did good. So if you did bad, you're gonna have a bad time at the beginning and you have a bad time at the end. So it's a little bit, yeah, it's a gamble using anti-mage, but I still like him. So yeah, maybe I'll make a set for him sometime. Oh, I'm sorry. The person that asked that from Venezuela was somebody else. There's another Spanish-speaking person. I do. I speak Spanish. I was born and raised in Mexico, and then I lived in Canada for 15 years, so I have dual citizenship. Not purple. Yeah, I'm not a crazy fan of the purple. I was thinking maybe like a dark red or something like that. And I was thinking of giving him horns and a dark cloak underneath or something, I don't know. We'll see. Alright, so here's the 5 million polygon version on the right, and the 400,000 polygon version on the left side. So there it is. Now we can grab this file and delete it from our scene, because it's just gonna make when I save the scene file, way bigger. Whoa, he looks weird with that pants. We're gonna save this as... Okay, now I deleted the pants because I was explaining something earlier, so they're gone from this scene. And these ones are the mid-poly ones, and these are mid-poly as well, so they're completely gone from this file, so I need to bring them back in. So we're gonna open up an older version. Maybe this version has it. Horns for the anti-mage. Yeah, I'm thinking of putting horns on him. Not 2 horns, but more... I hate to say it because I work at Lucasfilm, but maybe kind of like Darth Maul, like not Darth Maul, but what is Darth Maul? But kind of like Sabrak horns, you know? Yeah, he's got like his face covered kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not I don't want to cover his mouth up like that. Okay, there's our pants, and let's make sure that the UVs are on there. They are. Okay, now we're gonna export this OBJ. grab the material, establish that with materials when we import it. We're gonna put it into our models folder as, whoops, deleted. Okay, then we're gonna go back and open up our other model that has the ZBrush mesh in there. Good. And we're gonna import the other file so we get it back. There we go. And then we're gonna apply this texture back to it. Cool. And we'll save this file again. Awesome. Back in business. Somebody said that foul magic's ruined the beautiful face. No, he hates magic. I still don't understand how color textures are made after modeling, though it's made at the same time or something. Color textures. So after you unwrap a model, like say this model right here, you know, and you set up the UVs that you see right here. Whoops, they're stretched. I picked that. That's perfect. So once you unwrap, you know, each part of the mesh in two sections here and place them all nice and tight so you get the most resolution for your texture size, you bake the normal maps, and you also bake this other texture map that's called an ambient occlusion map or an AO map. And what that map does is gonna bake the self-shadowing of the model onto your texture space. And what that means is that you see like this dark blues that you see because, you know, it's his underarm and his armpit, and, you know, like inside the boot, like the AO map will make that texture for you, like the black and white version of that. So then you use that texture over top of your texture that you're gonna paint, or you use that as a base texture to paint the color on top of it, so that you have, you know, a lot of the shadows already in place. And then the color you start painting on top of that, and add the details and the veins and the hair and etc, 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 and then you make the masks that tell which parts to be shiny, which parts to be dull, which parts to be reflective, which parts to be illuminated or glowing, which parts to be like scrolling, you know, like the little textures that move around on there. So those are what all the other maps are used for. There's like 8 masks that you have to make and put them into the green channels of the RGB, and it gets technical, so I won't bore you guys with that stuff. It's the least exciting part of the model making, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that there's guides and YouTube videos and whatnot. And when I start a set from scratch after the next couple sets, I'll start from the beginning so people can follow along and learn. I mean, that's the point of this. So everybody learns and contributes and helps with, you know, ideas for the models that I'm working on, and hopefully they make it into the game one day, and we can all use them. Maybe tomorrow I'll bake out the normal map and the ambient occlusion after we finish the back part of the model here, so you guys can see the process of that stuff. And then we'll have to get back, and I'm thinking about even ZBrushing the hair and then painting over top of that. Same for the beard. I think it might be easier than trying to get the scale perfect on a texture and going back and forth and, you know, fixing the UVs and all that stuff. Because there's a seam running across like the middle part here, which is a pain in the butt. Oh, actually, yeah, you can see it right here. I haven't tried fixing it, but it's a pain in the ass fixing it, especially with all these little details on there. But yeah, once the materials are applied and he's in game and everything, he's gonna look tits. Yeah, ZBrush is totally like classy, man. Except you can mess up all you want and then redo the work. It's great. So that's our ZBrush mesh. I need to get my materials over from work. These are all kind of lame. Whoa, that one's not good. Ooh, that one either. I love brim lighting. Actually, I wonder how this looks if you do a best render with it. not anti-aliased enough. I need to change the settings. But you could, you know, if you make a render of this, you would grab this and then overlay on top of your regular render, and you get the brim lighting for free. And you can paint over that to do extra details for marketing and whatnot. It's one way to do it. Oh, there's even strong one right here. Metallic. I kind of like this one. I could even make this into the low polygon, so I can start painting from this. So you get all the little crevices already kind of darkened and all that. It's really neat stuff these engineers and artists come up with for these programs. Yeah, I like this one a lot. Probably not a good, maybe I can sculpt. Sometimes it's not a good idea to sculpt with some of these materials because you don't see the actual normal map that will come out of it when you bake it out. You know, like some of the details lost or over exaggerated, and you end up with either too strong or not enough detail on your sculpt. So it's better to use something that's a bit flatter, a bit more matte. Something that has more shadowing built into the inner parts of it. You know, something like this, maybe even more. I have some materials that have that even more, so I'll use those. Yeah, it did look like a bit like rim shading, but not like Borderlands. Yeah, the normal map depends on your high poly sculpt, so that's why I actually went overboard on some of this detail over here. Because when I bring it into the normal map, I want to get this kind of look, you know, like this is what you'll actually notice in the normal map. And when I paint the texture, you know, the most important thing is to see the belts separately from one another. And then after that is, you know, seeing a little bit of chip work there and leather torn away. But when you look at, you know, the mesh with the overdone work, you know, it looks way too busy, you know, so you're starting to, well, this material's not helping either because it's a little bit blend around the corners. But, you know, the edges start getting lost a little bit. But this is what we'll end up with, you know, with colors and materials and all that. This kind of detail. Looks dope. There's the arrow mark. Yeah, it's just the cloth to go on this guy. Then we can move on to the hair. And I think I'll do the spear last. Oh, you're welcome for the information. I'm glad you guys are learning something. Oh, what I can do as well is actually clear up the body. And export this OBJ. Mesh. Why is this in? Sculpts. We might have crashed. No, still there. Just wouldn't save it. Okay, that was weird. Okay, let's import. Did I not save it yet? Oh, here we go. Cool. Okay. And now go to our sculpting. And we're gonna insert. I don't have my plugins that I use to import stuff. And I forget the default way of doing it. Now I need to load this guy first. Right. And then we have hand right. This guy. Look at that. Brand new pans for the PL. Oh, I can't wait to see the finished beard on him. Or mane. His mane's gonna look so dope. And then when we're working on the mesh, we can just hide that dude. So now we can save this as PL. We'll start a new one, and we'll put all the other pieces in here too. I don't think we'll get too high poly. Sweet. All right. Well, I think that's it for tonight, guys. Close this.